Hello. Yeah, I'm playing Ace Attorney Chronicles. I'm so excited to play this game. Like actually. Wait, what? What is it? Oh no, okay, we're good. It gave me a weird error pop up. That was a little bit strange. Oh, okay. I have to get the game in full screen. 1 second. Alright. I think. Yeah, everything else seems good. Does it not want to capture the... Alright, there we go. Yeah, no, I'm super excited to play this game. Ever since I watched a playthrough of some of the other Ace Attorney games, I was just like, I really want to play one of them. Because like the original, like the like Phoenix Wright trilogy that's like off of Steam, like those games are so crazy, like actually ridiculous. Here, I can switch it over to the game.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western
I should hide during the cutscene.
this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide. But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
The Adventure of the Great Departure. There's French on the screen. I couldn't really read that. November 22nd, 8:43 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants, Antechamber 5. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? The bailiff? What? Oh no, nothing. Savior glares, murderer. Sorry. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yumei University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough. He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? This man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer. Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Technical difficulties. Look at you, you haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh, yes, of course, sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this, I'm sorry. Ha 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 ha. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Ah. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yumei University professor murdered in cold blood by a student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not. You have to believe me, I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up, hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. Also in his second year at Yumei University. But he's far more clever than I, a star student in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer, impressive considering he's an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old, here in Japan anyway. My qualifications don't mean much, yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma, truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Congratulations, Kazuma. It looks like you're gonna get to study abroad at last. I know, I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and success in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you and proud of you as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. Like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. I want to bring about change. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean, to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's city, London, together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow, then, partner. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Hi, introvert. Asogi, may I have a word? Let's see who this is. Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Let's see. Well, this case has a personal significance to me. I'm not good at voice acting. But never mind that for now, Asogi. You should go immediately to the judge's chambers. I should probably stop. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at the university before. I see. I'll go then at once. Reading is tricky. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kazuma. This is awkward. If I may. Yes, sorry. You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikoroba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Ah, Professor Mikoroba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. Instantly high stakes. What? As I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered. But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has chosen that the administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. My day's going good so far. Played some Satisfactory this morning. That's a very chill game. But I didn't do it, I swear. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest that you do anything that could lead you to conviction. Right, so as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do. But what will the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Oh, of course not. Defendant. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. It would seem our surreptitious discussions are about to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Oh, that's the question. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving. There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. Dang, these bailiffs are super mean. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Cosmo's dreams of studying abroad are over, and what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence, the trial that would decide my destiny. "22nd of November, 9 a.m., Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. So this is a courtroom. His eyes. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The powers that be have demanded this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time, but for now... You need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. The judge. Oh no, that's the prosecution. There's the judge. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Ouchie. Ouchie. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As is the defense. Before we begin, There's one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obligated to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defense in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do... I answer quickly. What should I do? Oh, we answer this. 100%. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here by...
Yes!
He's so scared. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... What? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikodaba told me everything just now before this trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get... No, it's not that really. It's just that... Well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes, I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikodaba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already, renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection!
Make no mistakes, counsel. This merely shows the defendant's innocence is so apparent, he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? I love his name, Ryunosuke's name. Oh, yes, exactly. I'm definitely confident in this. There we go. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. Hello. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature in Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So let's start with this very simplest of questions. Oh, yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I care to remember. But, wait. I'm so nervous, I can't even remember that. What was it again? Ryunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank? You know me so well. All the relevant information is in the court record. You can access the court record with the press of E. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. I just have to press E for the court record? Alright, there's no time to lose. Proof that I'm a student at university. Try switching to people instead. John H. Wilson, the victim of this case. He was a visiting professor of medicine at University from the British Empire. Now you'd better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record. Press R to present.
Yes!
The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Haha. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yuma University 3 days ago. Wait, did I misread that? Which is why the reason this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yuma University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? Ugh. But I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient, expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there, at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. The cause of death? Well, obviously that was, Ryunosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. Evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. It was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body.
Yes!
Well, according to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it. Sorry, yes, that's right. The post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This is a so-called a photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly see, or you can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume the victim was shot at close range. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. Photographic print of the victim. He was shot from the front and subsequently died. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Very well, I'm satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Certainly, Your Excellency. So without further ado, in order to better appraise the court with the facts of this case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. This is it then? I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes. Clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me, but that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah, of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you could rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I'm the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. Is he okay? Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up somewhere. It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Well, it really should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery 3 days ago. Understood. Hosonaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Oh, perspiring maybe, but aspiring. It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at that time of day. Stream's going well so far. I passed the basic competency test for being a defense lawyer. Woo! I was able to find the name of the victim and the post-mortem report. Yeah, we have a few diners at the time of the day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in with my memory of it, too. There's hardly anyone else in the place. He's coughing up blood again. It was then, when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery, a gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman slumped in his chair. And sitting immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Hold on, let me just clarify something here. This isn't going to help you at all. While I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor before the professor, I didn't shoot him.
Objection!
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what happened he saw. You amateur. Dang, ouchie's not pulling any punches. But the next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized. Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Ryunosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness. If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today. Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There was no one else around the table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, what did you just say? There was no one around. There was no one else around that table. What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? Well, don't I have to wait my turn to cross-examine the witness? Ryunosuke, if your parents tell you to study, you're the kind of man who would diligently get to work, aren't you? I suppose I am. I'd never have gotten into Yuma University otherwise. But you can't just always follow the rules in life, you know? If you don't say what you want to right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty. Alright, you've scared me. I won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry. And there is something I want to say. I'm just going to shut my eyes and say it. Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson was not alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection!
Dear me, dear me. What are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Osanaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy? No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please have a look if you'd like. So that must be the kitchen. Let me see. A sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume? That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. What? How can I see that? Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well, is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. The waiter's business card has been entered into the court record. So, the court has now heard a precise... what? Practice? What is this word? Like... it's a summary. Sure. It's a summary of something you've read. Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. Unsworn. Why? But I must warn the defense. If you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. He's an unsworn witness. That's strange. What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? No. Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual, about these peculiarities. You've said it, Professor Mikotoba said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then the defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Indeed. Prosecutor Ouchi, please continue with the proceedings. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls its next witnesses. Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once. Witnesses, please kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Why is there two at once? Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Iesa Nosa, reporting for duty, sir. Or Iesa Nosa. Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles from antiquity, from the efflorescence of our nation, Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd District, Curio Collecta, at your service. The puns are coming out already. There's been quite a few of them so far. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. They must have been the diners at the other table that waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon. and not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios which I make my business. I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with a rich clientele. Right, I see. Although to be honest, the sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative. The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can be only described as an act of war, sir. It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir. This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. So this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening? The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You'll state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Sir, yes, sir. Standing by, ready to report, sir. What was that? Oh, okay, I think I know what this is. Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. Witness testimony. What the witnesses saw. I was investigating a regulation beef steak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. Sorry. There's like a baby crying. At the precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. Do you think... I feel like these sashes, like this tied sash thing, is like not actually part of his uniform. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. From the back. That is incorrect. He died from a shot to the front. I was on my hands and knees, investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy. Now the old man has a knife. What times we live in, when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Ryunosuke? Yes, all I did was pick up the gun I saw lying on the floor. Yeah, but why would you do that to begin with? After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down and just as I was picking it up, bang! Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who the criminal was. There is. Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now. As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice. Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this. Ryunosuke, you're supposed to be a pro. What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? I am the defense demands its right to a cross-examination. Dear me, dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. Huh? How'd he know? The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Cosmo's so commanding. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means what that soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it, and the key to doing that is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. Alright then. It's all or nothing. What the witnesses saw. That's also not important. From the back.
Yes!
So this black universe, Black uniformed university cadet. You're saying that was... Arr. I've had just about enough of your sauce, cadet. Who else do you see around here in a black uniform, Well, there's someone standing right next to me who fits the description as well, but... It was you, you little weasel. You unloaded the firearm on that man from behind his back. And you call yourself a citizen of the great empire of Nippon? You disgust me. What is it, Ryunosuke? I'm not quite sure. It's something that the sergeant just said, but I can't put my finger on it. Something's playing on my mind. Checked over the court record. Don't hold back. Present the evidence to the court. Thrust it in the witness's face and make him choke on it. That's so very aggressive. Yes! No, I didn't want to press it. I didn't want to press it again. I need to press E. Okay, we need the post-mortem. Okay, sorry. I'm looking for the keys. Why is he raising his hand? That's my professional defense lawyer right there. What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? What? Wouldn't subordination... Like, just the word subordination would mean that I'm following orders. It'd be insubordination if I wasn't touching this wad of papers in my mustache. He does have a good mustache. Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here. What nonsense. What can this document possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there's no place for an amateur student here in the grand courtroom. Arr. This is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Kazuma, what? Honestly true. What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the post-mortem report presented by the defense. There's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? Oh, his name is close to... Okay. Sergeant Iyasa Nosa. Nosa? Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian and from the back. What a cowardly weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet? Because. As is clearly stated in the post-mortem report, fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma, no exit wound. Bullet did not pass through the body. The photographic print of the victim clearly shows the same thing. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Ah. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain that? Oh, the baby. What? What? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back and he pushed it down again. Certainly there's a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Okay. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the fire. Sorry. I can't hold it together. Okay. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnival steak, sir. What? The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Iesa Nosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. Ugh. That's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Yarg! That's a noise. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there. He was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either. Myself, I've already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Treasure? Indeed. The Hoy era coupon, my prized coin. Oh, no, he instantly snapped it back. Okay. On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop, Rasute, in the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you. On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I preferred my Hoy treasure. Believe that he would purchase such a rare find, I did not. But I was presented with little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. The koban vanished? Hunting around under the table, I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there. And then it happened. Sorry, that sentence was structured like Yoda. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did. But I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoei treasure. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hoei Koban was lost to me. No doubt, some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. He's looking away. As I'm sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. That's a real rush job. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Auchi? Haha. Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. He has more evidence? My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who possibly could have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What? He really does seem to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir. The child. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks. Name, Ido. Okay. Ido Nosa. It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Idle teen attention. He's got what? Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. He's got a pinwheel. Witness testimony. The true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black, that much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out.
Yes!
That's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already. But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
Attention!
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. A photograph. Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. That is a regulation grade steak right there on the table. As can be plainly seen, there can only be one place set. Certainly based on the appearance of this print, it'd be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photograph evidence to the record. Carbonated water in the steak. What's going on here? The regulation grade steak. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. That's not true. I saw her. I swear I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we've just heard leave no room for further doubt. These are very sensitive political times. As we all know, the ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Taketsuchi Ouchi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. What? If what you say is true, then something's going on here behind the scenes. And now's your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick. Understood. Rules can be so unbending at times. Cross-examination. The true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was. The young lad in black. That much I myself did see. We were the only personnel present. I think this is wrong. That is also... oh. No, there is one. No, there is one. Listen, the first thing to do is calm down. You can't expect witness statements to be full of holes every time. So just take your time and try to tease more information out of them first. Yeah, I can press them. Right, I see. I gotta get more detail. The important point is, there's no sense in holding back. If anything even slightly jars with you, press the witness on it, and press them hard. Alright, got it. I'll press them like the blocks of tofu. The professor wasn't alone in the restaurant, I'm sure of it. The cross-examination will prove I'm right. My fate depends on it. Okay, so the things... I feel like I don't need to press this.
Yes!
When did he see that? I only picked it up off the floor. Well, obviously as the culprit. The only way you could explain it away. I had just finished drinking my coffee, and I was about to leave the restaurant when... I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. And at exactly that moment... Bang! A gunshot rang out in my ears. Full of events beyond our control, life is. Sorry, what do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the koban from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. The fact remains, myself, I did see you, with pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner. Okay, this...
Yes!
I need to press this because the waiter was there.
Objection!
Oh, this... As you have been at pains to point out time and time again, I feel I'm growing callous in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. only been there more people in the dining hall, then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know. Of course the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was. This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that? A medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at the clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. Hota Clinic, yes? There would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th of November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. I wonder... What do you think, Ryunosuke? Well, it's hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Ask for it to be submitted. I think I need that. If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention, the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern. Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense's request. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights, a most disturbing trend. I wasn't. This game. Okay. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. The medical report card has been entered into the court record. We need clues. Okay. Can I look at this more? So this is the entrance to the restaurant. I'm guessing this is the kitchen. Which means, assuming this diagram is accurate from the waiter, then let's see, because wherever the other two were, like if this is where the victim was, Ryunosuke would have been right behind him. I would think he would have noticed someone walk, like they'd have to walk past where he was. There would be enough of a discrepancy in the time where someone could get like basically out of the door before the waiter saw anything. But also the waiter's an unsworn witness, so like I don't really understand. And then there's a stake here. Like this picture actually could be of the wrong table. Like it actually could be the wrong table. Oh wait. I see. He actually was at a table with a steak. Okay, maybe not then. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you've forgotten that these witnesses' testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused. Collector-san. Indeed. Alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gathered new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes. This brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Press space and you can look closer at the piece in question. Arrow keys. I can spin it. It's so over. I can rotate the evidence. I know how now. You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues you may have missed. The crosshairs start to pulse. Press space to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. And use arrow keys whilst in space to inspect areas of evidence. Okay. Medical report card. Kanjis. Why are there so many kanji? Kulutakiha. Kulutaki. Sulukot. Kota. Sulukota. Yeah. Okay, maybe I can't read. There's the name. His name. John. It says Hota Clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. And I remember Even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have had only one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. Okay, let's see. Bum, bum, bum. On the back. Dentist. Looks like the medical report card was first issued so quite some time ago. It's probably a record of long-term treatment, that's why. With a family doctor, I imagine. Well, I can't imagine going to a doctor. I mean, as long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So you don't like doctors, son? Then why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine, they give you painful injections. And then they demand lots of money from you for the privilege. All when you're at your lowest ebb. You sound like a model patient. With a bad case of stubbornness, no less, for which the only cure is very bitter medicine indeed. Okay, now I can look. I can go look inside. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. And there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of a molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of a molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he'd had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. Ooh, that's a very important time frame. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. Medical record cards information has been updated. The meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. Let's listen to the testimony again. Because he wasn't actually the one dying. I see. Okay. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. And there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Wait, is it? I already saw this. Extraction of a mullet. He had a tooth. He actually couldn't have been eating at 2 p.m. The appointment was at 1. I do remember that much. Was I... Maybe I messed up presenting it. Okay. Oh, I have to press R.
Yes!
That's why. Well, I think, About what are you wittering, lad? You call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could, but first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Ryunosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally under the circumstances. I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. Much appreciated. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you know exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully, just say what you're thinking. Alright, and thanks for the advice. Collecta-san. This is a medical report card belonging to the victim. I see. And I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what's written on this report with your witness statement, something clearly does not add up.
Objection!
Dear me, dear me. Have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. But that's remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else who could have perpetrated the crime. This medical report card has nothing to do with the case, you say. Do you really believe that? What? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hota Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. Ba ba ba. Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted. What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat? So what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 30 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't. Collect the sun. Collect the... What, boy? What? As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that can't possibly be the case. Grr. Because the victim, as we know now, just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Expertly done, partner.
Objection!
What? What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. As you can clearly see, the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? How dare you? I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Yes, most definitely. So just having undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who was eating the pictured beefsteak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel? Counsel. Oh, yeah, that means me. Doesn't it? Alright. The answer to his question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must be an as yet unknown third party. Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
Yes!
There was. I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial. relentlessly. Kazuma, are you insane? You would take on the government. Don't worry, Council. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them. Those two witnesses on the stand. What? What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with the evidence that the victim was not alone. So if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving testimony, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Perjury? And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit in murder? No! Hold it. Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us. Who told you that? Oh. What? What did you just say? Kurikuta-san? Oh, no. No. Nope, nothing. Nope. You were just following orders. Now hold on, lad. I was, say you never saw the gentlewoman. Grr. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements. Is this true, you pair? Just one. Just one simple slip of the tongue. It's funny to see. I don't know, sir, on his back. Order, order. Counsel, explain what's going on here. It is painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. Then who's behind this? Who's tried to make you keep your mouths shut? Well, classify. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder trial, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Ryunosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Ouchie had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, Any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we will need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly? Remember how we made progress before? By pressing witnesses. We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you, the penalty will be severe. Please, wait. Your Excellency, I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing. What does the defense have to say about all this? Well, Your Excellency. No time to think. I'm just gonna have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes to my head. What was that lawyer called? Let's see. An army sergeant. But he's just one of the. No, he was ordered. He was manipulated. So it has to be him. Satoru Hosonaga.
Yes!
Satoru Hosonaga-san. What? The waiter who took the stand earlier. What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not have possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If that is, the man truly were a waiter. If he truly were. Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity, as proven by this evidence. This is on the back of his business card, and he was scared of it. Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see? It says the witness's name here, so Satoru Hosonaga. Oh yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected, it's his job title. His job? Oh. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence if they're wielding it somehow here. The waiter's business card information has been updated. Present.
Yes!
The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question. I agree, it shows a great deal of attention to detail. Sorry, Your Excellency, it's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I said the front? Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. The front of the back of the card. Well, the back is the actual front of the card because of the... Okay. Thank you, Ryunosuke. Will someone please explain what he's trying to say? Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession. The waiter's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious. I'll have to get more water in a minute. That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective. I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power, as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentleman at the scene? Well... Hold it. Inspector Hosonaga. I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was possible. That's why he was all fidgety. Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer. Yep. Yeah, there we go. The waiter was definitely suspicious. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his card. I strive to carry on all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So you mean to say, you really are a detective? But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Was he undercover? Of course. Your salary? No. I was undercover. Undercover? Yes. There have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information. which I'm not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that's true, clearly you would have also been aware of this person serving the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner, therefore I'm led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable. As I suspected. Bang. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim was a young lady, I guess to be an English woman. So, the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say... remove the English woman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the English woman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this English woman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an English woman as the primary suspect, well, without irrefutable evidence, that'd be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. And I'm fairly certain that one of them is studying in the medical faculty's research lab. Is a young English woman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for overseas study tour. You mean when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. The court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The English woman sitting at the university professor's table is a certain Miss Giselle Brett. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research lab of UMA University's medical faculty. What? What is happening here? I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise, namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered, this premise is false. It'd be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection!
But, Your Excellency, this would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. This judge is awesome, actually. Very, yeah. This guy's actually really good. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir. You will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So it won't be a problem? He's gonna die. Nothing will get in my way. He'd look so much cooler if he wasn't bleeding from the mouth. The court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student, Giselle Brett, to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Your Excellency. Good then. We'll have a 30-minute recess before convening. To be continued. Okay. Yeah, we'll save. 22nd of November, 11:38 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants, Antechamber 5. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go get some water, or else I'm going to hurt myself doing Ouchie's voice. So I'll be back in 1 minute as soon as I get that. Alright, I've got some water. We're all set. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes were popping, and your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight. Before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it. It's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Ha 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 ha. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett. A student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Yes, I can see that. So about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself, and on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, and just after I bent down and picked it up, bing. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet. And then he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended the suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. There you are. Well done, both of you. Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study toward to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst, or if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life. I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma! Looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me. You need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UME. And it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain. and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I have no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight right to the last. Best of luck! Thank you. Now then, I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Defendant Naruhodo. Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow before those old fossils know what hit them. Kazuma. Ikemen. What? Thank you. Really? What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already have been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really gonna give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely can't afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, and of course... That was a little bit off on this place. I'm trying my best. I'm just having fun with it. 22nd November, 12:09 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Aochi, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency. Against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed? Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation's founders? Wait, what? I think, did I read that wrong? Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. What do you mean? A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is the Supreme Court of Japan? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up. Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy. You and your friend know nothing. Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves by aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there's one thing I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Well said, Ryunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brat! Thank you, Council. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett. Yes. Your Excellency. The violin theme. Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land. See, someone bring English tea. In England, no discussions take place without tea. Is that true? No idea. Could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? It's night and day difference how he's treating her. Of course, my name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter. Yes, we know all about you already. Inspector Hotonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh, yes. I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty? So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. What? Why the mask? No, she's speaking in cursive. No. Where's the translator? I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but what? I can't read that at all. The lady says her name is Giselle Britt. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in Umei University's medical faculty. Oh my. What a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song. As far as I can tell. The detective is translating her words faithfully enough. I agree. You'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Your English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. I definitely understood all of that. You all understood that too, right? Right, chat? You can read the English? That's fine. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. Three days ago, at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? I don't think Ryunosuke paid attention in English class. I'm not gonna lie. I can't even voice it. She says, yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave it immediately. Interesting. When you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your splendid eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently it was very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say? Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. I really like Miss Brett's outfit. It's a little bit over the top, but that's just what this game is. Did did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have absolutely conclusive witness statement. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I'll have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you observed. Witness testimony. Frightening and sorrowful sight. I'd arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. This is condemning testimony. I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection!
Quiet, you filthy wretch. Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard. And look at this Snow White angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe. Ugh. You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. But he's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before and reported back to the bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so, on the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit she is today. As you can see, there's nowhere about her person she could conceal a firearm. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Yeah, she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have a hidden weapon can be shown, this is moot. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. See, then you're just not being creative enough if you can only think of pockets. Those are the witness's own words on this matter. That's ridiculous. Inosuke, no! If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. Don't think about doing anything rash, Inosuke. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that. Which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. That's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we'll need to pull her testimony apart. Cross-examination. Oh, there's a smile. The defense may now cross-examine. Yes, Your Excellency. Frightening and sorrowful sight. Slightly late luncheon. Only a beefsteak. There was water on the table. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean... It was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right. Yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left. Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes, the professor wasn't able to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Ryunosuke, about the witness's last statement? It's very meaningful. There was only one glass on the picture. Also, why was the food in front of the professor? That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing? The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well sidestepped, counsel. Very well, Miss Brett. Can you repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony? Gladly. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm gonna remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there'd be some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. Cheers over a glass of carbonated water. So he's maintaining that you got into an argument. It's an unfounded lie. Still, her statement's very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. In stark contrast, you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black school uniform. I'm dressed exactly the same way you are, except for the flapping red ribbons. I guess headband is just fluttering in the wind. There must be a breeze in the courtroom. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction it is. We can't do that. The trial's over. Even with your thick skin, that's a phrase. Even you, with your thick skin, must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room. Only too well. I feel half dead already. And the fact I can't see an inconsistent— well, I already found one, I just didn't present it. I guess I thought I could scroll backwards in the testimony. Present.
Yes!
There was only one glass of water on the table. That's it. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, that is, it's odd. Very odd. Dear me, what's odd is the defendant's inability to express itself. He's so mean to Ryunosuke. Ugh. Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers? Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutia? What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case?
Objection!
Minutia, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed the glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Why is she it's still really funny. She's speaking in cursive. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that Miss Brett took the glass from the table. What? It was all so terrifying. Everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact I'd been there at all. She's saying. Good gracious. Sorry. Oh, now she's speaking in readable. Hello. Now she's speaking in readable cursive. We're saved. There. As I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. Hi again, introvert. We must remember that this student had just... That it... he's talking about Ryunosuke. Okay. We must remember that this student just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her from concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray? That's absurd. Oh, really? His voice is a little higher pitched than that. Sorry. That was too close. Okay. So do we take it that right? That you are now going to accuse this vulnerable young and beautiful woman of mischief. What? No. This can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem she slipped into a small handbag she was carrying. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch carried by well-to-do women in England. So, the beautiful lady has graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end, it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You've wasted enough time already. Indeed. The lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed the glass. I had some cheese bread for lunch today. Closer to pizza than like a grilled cheese sandwich, but yeah. Probably not the most nutritious lunch I could have had. I think henceforth, we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know really. If you want to pursue the matter further, you're going to need to show it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. The handbag is significant because she could have had a gun in the handbag, even if she can't hide one on her person. Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, which it would have been perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that, too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been one other firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't seriously be suggesting. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. No! Order, order, order. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Okay. Hosonaga, are you okay? Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. I wouldn't go that far, Hosonaga. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I had to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. You can't forget something so important. This photographic print. This print of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. But the bag is mostly see-through. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never. You can see right through what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. Ah! As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Ah! Order! Order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, Counsel. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I'm satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed. And there is only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of these crimes. This crime, it was singular. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around, I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Hi, chat. Cosma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? Haha. I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student. But the weak are meat, while the strong eat. That is not something I've ever heard before. That's a new one. You are wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really gonna be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Cosma, his dream of going to study abroad in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma, what? Is there really no chance of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all. That smug little Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Yes!
Oh. Wait, Your Excellency Ryunosuke, I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
Objection!
This amateurishness is getting out of tedious. That one, not out of hand. Okay. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Yes. Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, then there's no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now that means if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence. You'd better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. Wait, yet? What? My thoughts exactly. Wait, he has a mark on his wrist, and that mark was also on the steak plate. That's strange. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I am desperate, but this is not a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well. I'll grant the defense one final opportunity. What? But be warned. If I'm unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. Take another look at the photograph Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. Okay. Right in this print, we see there's a significant detail. It has to be this. Right? Or is it not going to give me a highlight? Okay, yeah, it has to be this.
Yes!
Look at this. Here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist. Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark. You're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either. No, that's wrong. He was burned by the steak plate. However, as Prosecutor Auchi points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It seems Brett has a lunch appointment with the dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe the burn does have something to do with the case? I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging in hope of that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am. If we can just link that burn to the case. If we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again. Just give up, Council. You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then would you allow it? I would. Yep. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. This is a moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves that what the burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. It's this one.
Yes!
What's this, Council? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe the photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer, if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here. Forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What reason explains the victim's burn? Ba-ba. Here we go.
Yes!
The beefsteak. Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate. Ah! Your Excellency, are you alright? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. Ah! This emblem on the plate and the victim's burn are a match. Are exactly the same shape. Ah! Ryunosuke, you genius. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that is the case, We can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before. Or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time. Well, that's a fair point.
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchie, the chances of that happening are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But... I'd say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. That's a long time. A very long time for a burn. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify without hesitation. But you're a detective, not a waiter.
Yes!
There you have it. Something is not right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet, Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that'd be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us without any question would have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchie? Well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think? Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already dead. Because the plate wasn't in front of him anyway. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible. Apart from in one particular situation. But yeah, also, like, your pain reaction would, there's no way. I know he was under anesthesia, but that should have just been in his mouth. Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already dead. Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness. Order, please. Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts. Oh, you know what? She works in the medical department, so there's a chance it could have been poison and he was shot posthumously also. Or he was shot before he went to lunch and bled out.
Objection!
Or their murder weapon was actually different. No. Prosecutor Ouchie, it's you who has no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from the witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement, but, Your Excellency, the justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help, especially if it helps the relations between my country and yours. Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country after all. But then why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. That's quite rude. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you on your own level. Oh, well. You are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So, we're finally going to get to hear your own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. The victim's death. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrists like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I'd heard, the post-mortem reports showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Oh, she totally poisoned him. She 100% poisoned him. There's no way anything else happened. The gunshot was just abusing the fact that she knows that their investigative, that they don't do proper autopsies. They just have someone look at the body and do a post-mortem without actual proper investigation. That's such a good challenge. Oh, that's so good. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it. I hope that is the last time I have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming language. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Not at all, not at all. It's a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. It seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the highest punishment possible. Amen. Huh? Thanks? Is that a prayer, then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with a cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Consul, that this will be your final cross-examination for this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Sorry, responding to something. That's a good wake-up slap. Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. The victim's death. Well, it'd be after he got shot, so she actually maybe didn't see it. So she actually maybe didn't see it.
Yes!
I should press this. You're drinking carbonated water, is that right? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at the time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink. Correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Although... Whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that. Now she's cursing under her breath. Ah, I have enough English to understand that at least. For the benefit of the others in the court, it means bless you. No, I don't think that's right. I think you're misinformed, Ouchie. I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. Yeah, but why would you have heard that, actually? Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Yes. Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. At least there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death. It can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life. That doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away, when the plate was first brought to the table. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as brought out from the kitchen, he must have already been dead at that point.
Objection!
And yet, the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, it's a complete waste of time. I concur. Prosecutor Ouchie is right.
Yes!
This is the thing that will without leaving a trace. If someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there's always telltale traces on the body. Keyword, on the body, not in the body. Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There'd be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone exactly how you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no. Perish the thought. Calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question, on my honor, I Taketsuchi Ouchi will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions? That's not aspersions, I misread it. A way of killing that leaves no trace. We need some kind of evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence. But of course, this country's inferior investigative. Yeah,
Yes!
now we press this. So she can, inferior. What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today. Just days after the incident. Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can. You understand. A killer blow! The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouchi is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There's a moment before when something didn't quite seem right. What do you think, Ryunosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma. What, Ryunosuke? There is one thing I noticed, something that's been bothering you. You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hosonaga. The detective. Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. If it might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing on that last statement one more time. If you think so. But this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then. I wonder what Cosmo's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose, once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again. I gotta scroll back over to it. Wait, was this one? I can skip through. Oh no, it's the inferior investigative techniques. That was I pressed the wrong statement. That's okay. It'll go to that one now. Okay.
Yes!
Inferior. What do you mean? Yeah.
Wait.
How do I talk to him? Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man in his train of thought. Sorry, pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker. Marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left and right with A and D, you can turn your attention to other people on the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with space. If you catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand, take a good look around. Right then, so first I should move the marker with A and D and focus on the detective and pursue him. Here we go!
Wait.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. What's the meaning of this? I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts. Deeply. It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had say? If there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court. What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with their testimony, then the cross-examination should be over. Immediately. Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes. Not to mention the fact he's intimately involved with the case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes, if you don't mind. I would like to speak. I wonder if he's actively poisoned. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain, which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. A crime scene thief? Well, looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Is that... This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took from the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming. I guarantee it. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Yay! We have the murder weapon. We found it. Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well. Counsel, you may resume cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor.
Yes!
I should press this again. You're drinking carbonated water, is that right? I know. Because she must have not drank it or be immune to the poison. Let's see. New evidence. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. I never thought of pursuing another witness over the current witness's statements. That's a great idea of yours, Kazuma. Well, it was all thanks to you noticing that the detective had reacted strangely to what the lady said. I'd never have guessed he had all that bubbling away under the surface. To be honest, you keep surprising me at every turn. Sorry? Oh, never mind. So we know that Dr. Wilson was killed around the time the steak was brought to his table. And by some means that left no physical trace on his body. If we could just demonstrate how it was done. Well, I do have one idea about that, about how the professor was killed. Maybe I should just present the evidence and see what happens. Okay, I'll just present the bottle. Bottle. I'm gonna look at this for a second. The label's written in a foreign language I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Yeah, but what does it say? Then go to France and ask. You could just say you don't know. So this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. Looks like there's a little left in the bottle. Although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much I'm absolutely parched. No, no, don't do it! No! Okay. Kazuma saved my life. No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke, in more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. Present.
Yes!
What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison. On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order, order, order! And on that day, he was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink. There's only one person who possibly could have done it. Giselle Brett. It was you.
Objection!
This is outrageous. To suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence? You little rookie imbecile. Have you ever considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. If I may, I will silence you forever for... It is you who should be silent. Of course. Of course. Dear lady. Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? I described your police... I'm mixing up all the voices. I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector. And whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation. Every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And? What did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison or any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? Was the poison put on the glass? It could have just only been put on the glass. Like, if she poured the drinks and gave it to him, she could have put the poison in only his glass after it was poured, and then it wouldn't be in the bottle. The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No! I am very grateful to all you Japanese. You successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he is poisoned. Thank you, Counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. And the prosecution have asserted a single shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no. I'm just glad the matter's resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present to the court at this point? Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Hold it!
Please, wait! Isn't that Chekhov's errand from earlier? Forgive me for intruding on the court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Mikotoba. In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. I'm talking too hard. Okay. And in her hand, she carried a small package, wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. To be continued again? But it's so close. It's so close to being done with this trial. Okay, I've at least got to get through the tutorial trial. We'll keep the stream going for a bit. It's 3-part. 22nd of November, 1:14 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. Well, I understand you're the judicial assistant to the defense. Why the sudden ingress into my courtroom? Ha! A judicial assistant, and a woman no less. Gosh, ouchie, you do not have... You do not have some good lines. Have some very bad lines in fact. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of your time. I have some vital evidence I must hand over to the defense. Huh. You're a little too late. You're too late, little girl. This trial's already been concluded. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. But, Your Excellency, I am most grateful. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please simply accept this from now. What is it? A report about something? Written in English? It's Giselle Brett's research. The Englishwoman's. After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and borrowed this paper. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh no, of course not. Special characteristics of curare. Special characteristics of curare and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Curare? What's that? I've never heard that word before. Time's up. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. It's so awful. There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful. Thank you. Giselle's report. I gotta look at it. Goodbye then, and good luck. You've had long enough, counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. I ask the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but the prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett. Yes, Your Excellency. If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer. It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid... It's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to politely decline. Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realized that was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat that as an order. I've said it many times before. The Japanese language makes no sense. My apologies, dear lady. So, counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? The thing that I was just given. I should examine it first. Synopsis. A poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Special characteristics. Instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. The above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that was inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it is believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation. Oh, that's awful. That's an awful substance.
Yes!
Miss Giselle Brett. We understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at UMA University, doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence perhaps, into a deadly poison. What? Poison? Where are you going with this, counsel? A toxin known as curare, or curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What? What complete and utter nonsense? Curare, you say? Never heard of it. You wouldn't have done. What do you mean? I mean, you wouldn't have heard of curare before. For one simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist. Correct. Which means, no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify it. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly toxin. What? Order, order. Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report, authored by the visiting research student from England, curare has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that reasonably well known among European doctors. It's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists to lace their arrows. The report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle. And it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Trumpery! These aspirations are utter trumpery. I'm not sure what that word means either. To start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming around and writhing with pain, and the other diners would have surely noticed. No, it's a paralytic. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I've noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. According to this, however, it's the other way around. What do you mean, the other way around? The very fact the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that cure was used. Explain yourself, Consul. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there'd be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. It's not instant, it's awful. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I've said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration. That's an awful poison. In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's hideous. To the observer, it would almost look like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly cure poison. And you're suggesting that this bottle, Counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison?
Objection!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. If I may. All these facts, you think you're so clever. It is you who must be taught. Of course. So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another's honest hard work, and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling's mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime. That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
I'm mixing the voices together. No, I was having too much fun. Enough of this. I for one refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules. What's so funny? Ah, excuse me, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? I don't see why not. Don't get too big for your boot, you insignificant little island boys. Sorry. To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics. It's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. Time for the games to end. Cheers. What are you doing? She could have immunity to it. No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. Goodness. Whatever's the matter? You all look quite stunned. So, no cure. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying? You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Ah, yes, Miss Brett? I should like to be excused now. Please. I think I've given you more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries. Ah yes, dear lady, we are most gratified with all of the assistance you've given. This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how? How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has to be some poison in the bottle, doesn't there? But there can't have been. The glass she took was the poison glass that the professor drank out of. Okay. No, there's one other place to put. We have all the clues now. That bottle of water contains no poison. As I thought, there is no poison in that bottle. What? Why, Ryunosuke? Isn't it obvious? If there's poison in there, she'd be dead by now. Sometimes, your unadulterated naivete really astounds me. But sometimes, it's in need of a good staining until it's as dark as your uniform in the ways of the world. Oh, is that what this color is supposed to represent? That was a guileless ending to a promising lineup inquiry, for which he'll be penalized. Oh, no, the poison wasn't there? Dang. That's rough. The culprit did put Curie poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. Just his, though. The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious?
Objection!
Fool! Are you blind? There's no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw Miss Brett drinking the water from it. That's right. Which rather complicates your argument, I think. And I believe that complication can be explained. How exactly? See, I think that's a little bit of an unfair question, because I'm pretty sure the poison was in only the professor's glass. I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have. It has to be. If the defense truly intends to assert this claim, then I must ask you to support that assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume the supposed poison water unscathed? Well, it would either be... No, it's just this. Yeah, it just has to be this. It seems like the defense, or should I say, the wretched accused, is the only real source of complication in this case. You'll have to think harder than that, defendant. You're making this complication more complicated than it needs to be. Alright, I'll do my best to find an answer that fits the facts. Route of entry. Because it needs to enter the blood directly through a wound. I guess that's the problem.
Yes!
The answer to the riddle is right here, in Miss Brett's own research report. That's not a valid explanation. No. After all, we don't speak English. That report is utter gibberish. And this impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading Susato-san's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. Direct us to the pertinent section, counsel. Here's the second page. We've been hearing a lot about this Curar poison. There's something curious about something. Oh, counsel? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of their arrows that they shoot at whatever the prey is they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point, please. But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there'd be no traces of the poison left in the prey that the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, Council. No, that would be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see. That makes sense. Yes. The mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When Cuirae enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew Cuirae's special characteristics. And you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little... What? Rapscallion? Her hat's alive! What? I'm honestly more surprised by that. Well, Rinosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer? All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. But I fail to see how it possibly... So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish? Flaw? As even your brain has managed to deduce, Cuirae is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric... succus? Oh, yes. Well, of course. Gastric suckers. What are they? So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, wouldn't he? Ah. That's right. Good gracious. That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand. No? Order. Order in court. Order. The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. He had an open wound in his mouth. Okay, The curare poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. Yeah, he had an open wound in his mouth from the dentist. What is this? Welling up inside of me. I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all of the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost a rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
Objection!
The first objection from us? I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well there's no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why. Even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison, you are alive. But Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. As we know now, this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson have been killed by the curare? The medical report.
Take that!
Because he had an open wound after the surgery. As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference. The toxic effects of curare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poison water? Inside. Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted. For example, Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony, and already, that you are well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You use that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are so puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence around, you never know what might happen to it. She drank the water so she's assuming we can't actually prove the poison was in there. No. I mean, it could just slip. Oh, she's just breaking the bottle. Oh dear. How careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. Tampering of evidence. 10 years. She just smashed the bottle, and in the Supreme Court. What a terrible blunder. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of the water from the broken bottle as possible. At once. You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you? You won't get away with this. You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle, or not. You. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady? That's right. And really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So of course the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
Objection!
No. You killed the victim that day, using Curare. And then, in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor and his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Ugh. This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her. But now, is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed the evidence, that evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke. Yes? We've come this far, but now, you're the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence. It's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. In my head? You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend on. Well, yes, that's true. But I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about this scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Huh? Is Cosmo right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of this same scene in my head, could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? I mean, that's a pretty obvious clue. Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I might have uncovered another clue. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Rinosuke? Come on then. Let's wipe the smug smile off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait. It's been niggling me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key of arriving at the truth about all this. It's here somewhere. The clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been.
Take that!
Is that blood? Maybe someone else's? Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes? What is it? He's still miles away, probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime? Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day? Wait a minute. Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw this scene shown in the photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw on the wooden base of that plate that the steak was served on was a spattering of blood. What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. The bullet had no exit wound. If he was facing away from the plate, then that wouldn't have been possible. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative positioning of everything. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, then there's no way the blood from the victim could have ended up behind him. Ah! Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter. Which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor as you were. Giselle, Brett. I beg your pardon.
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing? This This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean? Yes, I took the plate in the interest of preserving evidence from the crime scene. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. You did what? I took the steak you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice. It's so good. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it. Now. Inspector. The court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table. Immediately. Yes, sir. Sorry for the delay. Here's what you order. The steak. He's still role-playing a waiter. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector. The blood, man. Show the court. Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. No blood. No blood anywhere. But no. That's impossible. I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. It's right there on the table behind the professor. There's blood on the side of the plate. Wait, that steak's like more eaten than the one in the picture, isn't it? What an unbecoming expression. Little boy. Boy. Pronunciation's hard. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. Ah. I couldn't agree more. In the case of this disgrace to the Empire, I believe we may have finally reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. This, let's pretend, attempt at a courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's all over. Huh. This sorry-looking steak reveals the fact... This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine again, be my guest. No, that steak is... Was it just a figment of my imagination? This is it now. I've lost. Ryunosuke, it's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward no matter what. Believe in myself? Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. As the evidence for the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? That bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any clues at all? There's another clue. Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that revealed the shocking truth. The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beef steak. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. This judge is a real one. Real professional. Counsel for the defense. You now clearly show the court to what you're alluding. What precisely on this plate is the clue? Because the stake on her... Let me look at this. I feel like it looks more eaten. But I could be wrong. I'll try it.
Got it!
No, Counsel, I'm afraid that won't do. That was ambiguous at best. Oh no. The answer's right here in front of me, I'm sure of it. There's only one thing to do. Oh, is there something on the bottom? Okay, I guess let me see what that other... Oh no, I guess it's just this. This is the only other thing I can do. Is it a cat? It's a cow! Obviously. Most likely because the restaurant signature dish is beef steak. Seems like a lot of different restaurants have their own unique tableware. Oh, it's because I can examine it more. Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin. And the hallmark is from the Hoei era, I believe. No, I don't mean what is it. I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoei Koban? Yes. And apart from the meat juices, it looks like to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today that there's been talk of a Hoei Koban. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of a bullion in bullion. I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary though. This means...
Got it!
Good gracious, that's... a Koban. What on earth? A Hoei era one at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak you ordered at the restaurant in the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat? What a ridiculous question. How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it.
Objection!
failed to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat. That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment's distraction. Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen. A rare Hoei Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be relevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Okay, well, my intuition was right. That steak is the wrong one. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel? A rare Hoei Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. And if this turns out to be relevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now. By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway. Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who will be irrelevant. Or, that is irrelevant. I'm messing up the voice now. Even though I'm the one on trial here. The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what he's doing under that steak. Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the koban that was found underneath the beef steak is Kiryo Collecta, the antiques dealer. That's a good pun.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and owner of Ratsute, Kiryo Correcta-san. Kiri. As in Mr. Cucumber or something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his koban coin when it happened. At exactly the moment the gun was fired. He's too busy looking for the coin on the floor. Well, at least my intuition was right. And that steak was not the right plate.
Objection!
No. Please, why would Correcta-san's koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and his plate? It makes no sense.
Yes.
Which is why I'm asking you to bring Correcta-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here, without a moment's delay. I can't believe we're coming back around to that pair again. But I have a hunch. A strong hunch. The sergeant stole the coin and hid it under his steak. Now there's 4 people on the witness stand. No, this is getting ridiculous. What's this all about? Why have I been called up here again? Don't you realize it's dinner time for little baby Ido? My son's belly is empty. He's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police, we were, like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom myself, I became a ruined man in a trice. A worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this Rasute's shop owner's existence. Be that as it may, Collecta-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasutame memories are... That's it. That's the one, the very one, the exact one. The very exact one, that's it. The resplendent, splendiferous Hoei treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. It can't be. As I thought. Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, it wasn't dropped. We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat's juices. Sandwich? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident. Which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my Hoei treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate. Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing. Unconscionable. I think I see who it is. Excuse me. Could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosanaka. I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Ah, yes. That's right. The secret undercover operation. La Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts, targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of the waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Collecta-san's Koban is all too clear. What? Huh? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Who's the despicable scoundrel?
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant Iesa Nosa. What? How? How dare you? You monster. I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me. It was Ido. Ido's the mastermind behind all of this. No. He looks so guilty. He stole it. He definitely did it. They start so young. You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby. It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. Clippity clop, clippity clop. No, he's actually being murdered. Wait, is it actually true? Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Ie-san Nosa, preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. Is it? No, it's not. Just get out of here. Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages of the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remains in place. And I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you're stealing things at the restaurant? The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. It sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife or fork, which is worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man in his koban? Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief. No, I wouldn't give him that much credit. I was all set to leave the steak I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Bang. Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. Ido too. So I hid incriminating evidence as fast as I could on the double. I slipped it under the steak, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time. Well, Miss Brett. Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you here any longer at all. May the esteemed gentleman please be excused, Your Excellency. Indeed. The theft of the koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. But of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? Oof. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day. Rinosuke, what's the matter with you? This is no time to be daydreaming? Oh no, it's just something about Miss Brett's parting words there. Got me thinking. Can't work out quite what exactly, but something you said jarred with me. I feel like there's a contradiction in there somewhere. Sorry? You can think later. But if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett. What is it now? I'm afraid. Just one last time. There's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Attention!
What new student nonsense is this? Well, what parting words are you talking about, Rinosuke? Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. Yeah, it's just extra evidence to prove that that's not her plate. Yes, I'm right, but what she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. I'm gonna need to see evidence, counsel. Where's the evidence to prove it? Wait, which one of these would actually be the... This feels like a trick question. I mean, the point is the stake's a different one. I'll try it again. I need to present it.
Take that!
The steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed, yes? Go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Now you're splitting hairs. Not true. Doesn't something about this steak strike you as very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious. Obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you noticed it too, Miss Brett. Noticed what exactly, counsel? Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. But then take a good look at this steak, in particular the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are very clearly defined, barbaric teeth marks there. Oh. Ah! It looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks on this steak at all. But, what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett... Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course, of course. This will all be over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. I've heard enough. You irritating little spectacled samurai relic. Oh, of course, dear lady. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications of these teeth marks in the steak. Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Yes. Now at last it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in a steak that had been allegedly eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I know I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Tells us everything, Your Excellency. Everything! Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase. Typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? Oh, well, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't brought them before the court yet. Hasn't been... what? But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean the evidence doesn't exist. This is absurd. The trial has run several hours already. And you say there's evidence that hasn't been brought forward? This can't be. I don't believe you have it. I don't. But there is someone that does have it. In this very courtroom. And if that person's willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about the case. Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the evidence? Ba-ba-ba.
Take that!
He has the other steak plate. The answer is obviously Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it. Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on the steak with the teeth marks. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak, as well as admitting to steal Korekuta-san's coin. He told us that he slipped it under the steak. You watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put your coin under, in fact, your own steak? Tension? Affirmative. Of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal. But that makes no sense. That plate was taken from the victim's table. Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor does she have any opportunity to steal the coin. But of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Yeah, because the British Empire is very, Very much known for not stealing things. Yep, yep, yep. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two stakes over. You did switch the plates? Well, after it happened, when I saw that the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my stake and hid the coin under it. But then when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. Gotta push down Ido. With military precision and timing, I switched my stake with the one on the foreign lady's table. What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you, so yes, I did what had to be done. Unbelievable! However, fear not, Prosecutor Son. What now? I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform. That is all I did, sir. All you did, that's plenty, yes. Sergeant. So, if Sergeant Nosa switched the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and put it on his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga? Yes. Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. To preserve evidence, you had taken both. Ah. That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot. What? What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat. It can't have the slightest bearing on this case. No, you're not wriggling your way out of it this time, lady. I beg your pardon. Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why this steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you? No? You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see the plate was to confirm something that the defendant remembers seeing. Thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw. Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Mr. Wilson, there was a clear spattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beefsteak and the plate that it originally was on, or the plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir. Sorry for keeping you Here's the other steak in his plate. Please, feel free to examine it. Yay, the giant obvious blood stain is clearly visible.
Yes!
Look. Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. Ah! It can't be. In fact, there's only one person who could have possibly shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. Ugh. That's right. Miss Giselle Brett. It's you! No, this one. Outdone! By a Japanese! Me! By a Japanese schoolboy! No, no, no! That's a lie! Why is there chicks falling out? Into the distance. She's ascended to heaven. She's dead. There's chickens everywhere. There are ducklings. Swanlings? I don't know what baby swans are called. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming of behavior for an English gentlewoman. Please forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life, using Curer. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you planned to kill the professor, knowing no trace of poison would be found in his water, because Curer is unheard of here in Japan. Yes. Of course. I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water, and it would be all over. I would place the steak, which I had ordered in front of him, to make it appear as though he'd been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? A signet. Ah, that's a cool word. Such a trifling matter. But the fact that you dedicated to come over to greet the professor decided. To clarify, a baby swan is called a signet. That's interesting. Thank you for looking that up. Meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point. So I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of Curare in my handbag and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Under your skirt. So I was right. There were two guns. And he was right, it was under her skirt. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which he had presumably placed on the floor. Placed where you were sure I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I'd intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, that's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point, he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruto-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor in his chair around. Because of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he'd picked up the gun. So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Your Excellency. Yes? I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. It would seem this trial has finally run its course. Okay, she's a ghost. She really did go to heaven. Actually ascended by being figured out as a murderer. I presume the prosecution is in agreement. This can't be. Takatsuchi Aochi does not lose. Not to the likes of this rookie student. You'd better start getting used to tough opposition. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yes? This insult to the Aochi family name will never be forgiven. You've become quite conceited with age, Counsel. But the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. He's gonna kill him. He's dead. No. How did he reach that far? 1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Aochi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. Assaulting opposing counsel. 10 years. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan. will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. But also, like, both of the council's benches are completely across, like, the floor of the courtroom from each other. I don't know how he reached that far with his sword. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryusuke Naruhodo, Rinosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. I thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it's only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. Yay, science! I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new a new future of laws awaits. But what it will look like, I can't even begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asoki. Yes? After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can. Absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Ah, never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh yes? In you I sense, how can I put it? Unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onward. Thank you, Your Excellency. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, not guilty. We won! This court is now adjourned. November 22nd, 2:46 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. Defendant Antechamber 5. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations, Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. Ha 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 ha. No, no. It was a pleasure to watch you at work. So you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence. Ah, our trustworthy judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result, too, you know. Oh no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much. If we hadn't had the research report of Miss Brett, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words should really be saved for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Oh yes, of course. Professor Mikotoba. Mikotoba. Speaking of Mikotoba. Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo. You did an excellent job today. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you after all. Your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yep, that's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world in science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asogi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go and cuts down anything in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is with my own eyes. That reminds me. What happened to that woman? To Giselle Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. That was Kazuma still. Oh yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai. What? Shanghai? Giselle Brett will not appear in court again. In this country, I'm certain of it. What? But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Hosonaga. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. What's this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then who's going to bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her case. Somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard. Why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long as this is not a serious incident of highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke a consular court just like that. Oh, can't they? Yes. She's a student, but that doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan? I'm afraid for the young student. Today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There's never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking the case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. Seriously. But it's all gonna change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil. This new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming. And we're the ones driving it. I think that's enough seriousness for now. This even calls for a celebratory drink. But Professor, you're right. This is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's have some fun. In that case, why don't you just like Carnival? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about the details for now. To La Carnival. Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course. La Carnival's food is second to none. I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Oh yes, thank you. So Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke. I just want to say thanks again. That's all. You really saved my skin today. Ha 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 ha. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? The defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference though. One day I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. Huh. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking, maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no. Not me. All that tense verbal combat? I never want to go through that again. I just did what you told me to do. That's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean? That's the point. Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it? I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you chose, believe in, even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student loyal with precious little real experience. But you never stopped believing in me. Well, You faced seemingly hopeless situations time and time again. But you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it. Through your own efforts. And because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something really important to me. Sound serious. What is... Ah, you're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain. Don't forget. Ah yes, that too. So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma, Professor Mikotoba, Susato-san, who acted as my assistant, Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. It's because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. And... Pandora Naruhodo. Yeah, Ryusuke's name's actually really funny. Just because Naruhodo is a Japanese word that's kind of like, I got it. Like, it's not, maybe not quite the best translation, but that was why, like, ever since I heard his name the first time, I've remembered it. Just because of that pun-ish thing. But yeah, like the prosecutor, yeah, so the prosecutor, was named Ouchie. There's actually very similar NPCs in like all the Phoenix Wright games for the first trial that all have various names related to being hurt. Like I remember in one of them, the first trial lawyer is Winston Payne. And I don't remember the other one, but there is at least one more. But yeah, anyways. I'm gonna be wrapping it up here for the day. Yeah, like Ouchie. Ouchie was an English pun with a Japanese name. Yeah, I think that's just kind of not how the games work. Which is a little bit unfortunate. Because it means like a couple of the wrong answers I got. Well, one was me just having the wrong idea of what happened. But then that one was just like yeah, there's gonna be some things as I go through this game where like I'm probably gonna figure out some things way before they're actually resolved in the game. My intuition with some of these things tends to be pretty good, so Ace Attorney's pretty wild in terms of all the twists, but like at a certain point some things are just gonna become super obvious. But it also depends on how much I'm paying attention exactly. But yeah, anyways, I'm gonna be streaming more of this game tomorrow night at 8 p.m. EST. That's when my next live stream will be. So then we'll continue from there. We're probably gonna just do like the entirety of the episode 2 trial. We'll see how much voice acting I decide to do. My the voice is getting a little weak, but that's probably because I ran out of water a little bit ago. But yeah, so I'll be streaming more of this game tomorrow, 8 p.m. EST, and then we'll continue on from there. Oh yeah, by the way, the background I'm on now is the second location for hide and seek. So here, I'll hide the chat for a second so you can see the whole image. Good luck finding this one. If it's too easy, I'll make it way harder next time. But anyways, thank you everyone who decided to stop by and hang out and watch the stream for a while. I hope you enjoyed watching this game as much as I have had playing it. Anyways, have a good rest of your day or night, and I'll see you next time. Tomorrow evening. Well, see you later.